Hello. All right. Where do we start? I have a lot of catching up to do, frankly. I know that there's a lot that has been going on, some of which I am not privy to. And, you know, who knows if I'll be able to touch on all of it. Likely I won't. But who knows? What is today? Thursday. Okay. All right. TJ's doing TJ things, sort of under the radar, but pretty poorly under the radar. um, there's Pesto doing Pesto things, which I think will be exciting for people to find out about. I mean, they are finding out about. TJ under the radar? Well, you know, under Norman's radar. At least he thinks. What does he have to fear, though? Well, you think TJ's supposed to be a ghost? You think he's supposed to be here? Norman knows what's happening. He could stop that from happening. He just, you know, he sort of is neutral to it at the moment. If I go 50% opacity, no one can stop me. What does he feel about pestilence? That I will let you find out in roleplay, I'll be honest. Maggie, thank you for the raid. Is Norman's car parked up? Who knows? So faceless is war? Do you believe that? If you believe that, that's fine. Does Norman know what his intern has been up to? Does famine even exist? Who knows? Famine exists when none of the food stalls are open. Alright, next one. Mm-mm-mm-mm. 2016 Con, I don't know how to say your name. Thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's a whole thing that's interesting to look into. Oh yeah, no, I agree. Dead guy POV. Thank you for the subbies. Wonder if we'll see Custard randomly roaming around. True. Can share a Carmine clip that might make you laugh? Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Go for it. Prank call CJ pretending to be Ziggy. That's crazy.
Scotty, you were right the first time. And he laughed too hard. Ah! Scotty! 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 Scotty!
He's so stupid, dude.
Whoa,
He's
folks.
so dumb. Wakandan Sandwich, thank you for gifting two subs. I appreciate it. Thank you.
What the fuck? What the hell? You're alive? What the hell? You're alive? I thought you died. You flew out and survived.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, well, I'm going to sleep, Scotty.
You can't leave me here.
What do you
can't leave me
mean?
here. You can't leave me here.
You're not going to sleep.
You put a dent in our house. Yeah, that's Carmine. He does that. I miss the 52 chains. Who is it? Sliming, I think his character was called on Red Dead RP with Norman. It was one of my favorite dynamics. What is this? This is so old.
Yeah, I got your back if you need it, bro.
I swear to God, you better get the fuck
I
out of the driver's seat.
I got your back. I was just getting your back. I was just getting your back. Okay, okay. I can get back in the front seat. I can get back in the front seat.
No.
Okay. Okay. Let me just jump to the back. Okay. Let me jump to the back. Okay. I'm jumping to the back. Okay.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, alright, I'll be right back with you. Just give me one. No, they're not gonna pull guns. If they pull guns,
into the driver's seat.
if either of them get in the driver's seat again, I will fucking shoot them. Okay?
Do you hear that? If either of you get in the front seat, I'm going to shoot you dead square between the eyes.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, we're not.
Adding Norman to title? Maybe. Should I? Yeah, maybe. That might be good. Is Norman going to the ADMC Valentine's Date auction? No. No. Bugs was so young. So young and full of fervor. I could do it? Alright, Jenny, go for it. Just put Norman. Excuse me. Okay. Short hair bugs was a different time. True. At a big stretch, okay. At a big stretch. Young, dumb, and full of hope. Not come. Hogs, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Did you see my question? I did not, but I'll look at it anyway. You said, oh, here we go. Would Tex be protective of bugs? Like, would he threaten to kill someone if they hurt his grandson? I think Tex doesn't even know he has grandkids. Tex doesn't even know that they exist. Tex, he's too strung out and estranged.
Colopop02 just subscribed.
Colo, thank you for the 2 fucking years. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome back. Wald Kazu, thank you for the tier 1 for 19 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Tex doesn't even know what year it is. He doesn't even know.
VaultCouch0 just subscribed. Ziggy happy Ziggy love.
Alright. Is there anyone to fuck with this morning? There might not be, honestly. It's a weird day. It's a weird day. But, you know, I'm here. And I'm here because I have a thing that we're doing this evening with my beautiful girlfriend. We're having a little bonfire to get together. So I thought, well, if I'm doing that, may as well get a few hours of Norman in. So, CJ, Iris, any of tripas? True. God, alright, who all has been trying to get a hold of them? Who all has left a thing? It's like, alright. What is this?
Whoa, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, this happened.
What the hell is this?
I don't like this. I don't like this.
This is weird.
Everyone
freaky.
is.
Sabs women.
Michael.
Sabs
Wait,
women.
this is fucking
Okay,
weird.
I would just
This
like
has
to
to be
state-
Sab's kill.
Yeah, I forgot that happened. That's what the inside is? What? What? No. Michael wants his talk. True. Do I just make phone calls or do I don't know if Z's busy. Do we send the bird? Oh, yeah. It doesn't drop on my end, but sometimes... Okay. Maybe it did drop on my end. What the fuck? Hold on, wait. Let me see. Norman still has Benji. Oh, let me see. Yeah, but Benji's for sure not around, you know. Okay, alright. My OBS is freaking the fuck out. Norman doesn't sleep. That's the canon. Norman doesn't sleep. Yay, Hob. True. True. Could mess with Lang, true. Wakandan, thank you for gift. Or I lied, not gifting. 16 months. Holy shit, dude. That's a long time. Pinche Yehab. True. Edgar, God, what would I say to Edgar? Excuse me. Lang. Hello, Norman. Gangbanger of the besties. You're losing your mind, pendejo. Norman's never asleep. He's just other places. You know. CJ? True. True. Thanks for the great RP. Oh, thank you. That was very kind. Excuse me. Not looking thirst shot? Oh boy. Oh. Alright. Ruined CJ's day right off the bat. Yeah. Seems like there's 4 new gangs. Pesty Gang, Death Gang, War Gang, TJ Gang. Yeah. TJ is famine. He's so famished that he's partly invisible. Oh my god. He hasn't eaten in so long, he's becoming translucent. Doesn't like nutrients but pixels, yeah. You know what's the best part of Norman is I could just stand around AFK and then eventually someone will show up. I could reach out to people, I guess, but... Ed was also crashing out that he made a deal with War. I mean, yeah, Ed's involved with the Faceless, Shang's involved with Pestilence, Irish is getting buddy-buddy with Norman. High Command is making some choices for the ADMC here. Classic. Classic ADMC. Somebody should tell Barry. Barry would probably start killing them. Not a cult, by the way. True, dead guy POV, true. Yeah, that would be dangerous, Grace Loom, because Norman would just fucking whisper poison in his ear and just make it way worse for that entire situation. I don't know the entire context of that situation, but Norman would be nothing but poison in his ear. So my favorite Norman clip of all time. Can I help you?
Oh my.
Can I help you? This was a long time ago.
Oh my God. Nope.
Oh my God. Nope. that is how they are, Leo, yep. Character for Kiki. Gladys in the background, yeah. Smartest person to meet Norman I've seen yet. Unironically, the correct thing to do when meeting Norman. Nope. Smoking a cigarette in the rain. With a crow. With red eyes. In a trench coat. Could he get more edgy? Hello there.
What?
You know, I have questions, but I'm not gonna ask them.
I'm waiting on some representatives from the...
Mr. Randall?
Fucking James, dude. Oh, God. Oh, I remember that one, Foxy Fox. James, it's a random world event, yeah. James is literally like anytime you play an MMO and like a random thing pops up, like, or like Diablo and like the loot goblin shows up, that's James Randall. You don't know what's going to happen. He pops up at random, and it's, you know, it's a treat. It's great. Does Norman know about his new landlord? Also, plans with the tax Norman is apparently due. If you think Norman is paying taxes, you are wrong. But it will be funny. Norman's broke. Yeah, let's have a look at Norman's actual bank account. $4,000 somehow. I don't even know how he has that. Miss when Norman would get taken hostage.
Why you got
Seaside Police Department.
Yeah, I'm buying materials.
Oh.
I brought those with me by accident.
Thank you. What are they? What? What's going on?
Don't worry about it. I saw you. I saw
Is
you.
that Rhodes?
What? No, it's not Rhodes. What the fuck?
Who's this?
What do you mean?
What's your name, cuz? What's your name, cuz? Speak up, cuz.
Right, yo, we've left the hostage in there. We've like literally left the hostage in there.
Okay, I'm gonna go in.
You're the one. Get in there. Go in there.
Wait, you want me in there?
No, no, you. What are you doing here?
Yeah, I remember when they did that. It's always funny being taken hostage as Norman, because I'm like, yeah, of course. I'll like, I'm not gonna just be like, haha, no, I'm death, and then walk away, right? Of course, you go along with it. It's hilarious.
Hey, just pull it forward for now. We'll be done in a minute.
Ah! Yeah, you,
Oh, that.
Yeah. Norman, kinda a bitch though. Allow me a moment. Allow me a moment, if you will. If you could tell your friends, your family, one last thing before you took that step. Making those people happy. They all end up dead anyway. What would you say? It's so dramatic. Norman worked for the Faceless. Up! Spoilers! The difference between me and you is I do believe in a God, and his name is death. You said you exist on that ledge. Let me help you off of it. Ah! Fiona's next again. So my favorite Norman clip.
Think we can get a car?
I don't know, maybe.
Let's try.
I feel funny.
I don't feel so good either.
All right.
Huh? Oh my god! I just. I don't feel good. No. Think we can get.
She thought I was a local. Fiona just happened to be the perfect bait for murderers. At the time, unfortunately, yeah. I think that period tilted Fiona into being a fucking killer. My God, boosted.
Idiots going where they shouldn't.
Said Irish, who also was.
It's only like the tiniest tip of the iceberg.
Said Irish, who made.
Okay, where do you want to meet?
Never mind.
Wherever you want.
Just ping 318 when you find a spot.
Okay.
Sensible reaction.
Fuck.
Yeah. There was more. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine.
Thanks. Okay, yeah.
Bye.
Oh God.
Hello.
I remember this.
Why are you being all creepy over here standing by yourself smoking a cigarette? You know the funeral's over there, right?
I'm aware. Everybody mourns in their own way.
Everybody hurts. You know what I'm saying? Hold it down.
Fucking Theo.
Well, if you I'm not gonna lie, you're just being kind of weird over here. Now I was gonna kind of try and introduce you to everybody and invite you over to the. Oh, okay, I'll leave you to it, man. You mourn in your own way. I won't push. If push comes to shove, you do your thing. Have a good time. Motherfucker, a weirdo, bruh.
I remember.
Raccoons knows who that is, right? I don't know who that is.
I think he eventually. Somebody tells him eventually, and they know now. They know now. Who would you say Norman is mentally tortured and played games with the most? Nino is pretty high up there. Yeah, but that, you know.
Norman?
God, who's here? Hello, Kenneth.
Hi there.
Oh.
May I approach?
Of course.
You have no idea how long I've been waiting to see you.
It has been a long time.
It really has. Every other day I would go over to that island over there just to see.
I am a bit sporadic, so I understand if you haven't been able to catch me thus far.
How have you been, Norman?
The same as always.
dead?
That is certainly a part of it.
I see. What's it like being dead?
I am neutral to it. I'm afraid I don't really have an answer.
I suppose you have nothing to compare it to.
No, I do not. Much less burdened, I'll say that.
Understandable. Last time that I think we had anything to do with each other, I was behind bars. Didn't quite work out, I guess.
Well, all in due time, I suppose.
I mean, I'm out. I suppose that means something. That's a nice looking creature you've got there.
Just don't call her a pet, and you should be fine.
Noted.
Hmm.
I'm gonna be honest, actually. If I ever did see you, I never really had a reason to want to talk to you. But I knew I wanted to talk to you.
I am an open book. You're free to ask whatever you like.
Well, once upon a time, I probably would have come to you, for the obvious reason. But times have kind of changed.
They certainly have.
I've often wondered, though, what I would ask for if I wanted something, you know?
I suppose you've heard of the price, but I don't think that's really an issue on your part.
Not really, but between you and me, I mean, I'm kind of, retired. Not like me making, not me wink, wink, nudge, nudge, retired, but I mean just retired from all of it, really.
I understand.
I mean, what more exactly can you do when you have done everything that you can, I suppose? Destroyed every relationship you've ever had. Killed whoever you needed to kill. And somehow found your way on out the other side.
I suppose for me it was different. I always had a a goal in mind no matter who I met. Your motives were different, so...
I guess that's why I kind of wanted to ask you what it's like to be dead, because the funny thing is that I've never had the it's just avoided me.
Well, I have been favorable to those who would do what we do.
Preferential treatment?
Exactly.
You know, I never did find out whether or not you actually were what you said you were. I mean, I've heard rumblings and rumors and all of these things, but it is not as if I have ever witnessed any of it.
Well, you know what they say about the cat. Careful what you ask for.
True, but everybody always forgets the second part about that.
I suppose they do.
I won't say it because I think that's the obvious thing to say. Like, I feel like people do that all the time. You know, they think they're being clever when they say, "Oh, but satisfaction brought it back."
I'm afraid in this instance, that would not be the case.
I'll take your word for it, then. Can't say that I haven't been busy the last year or so. I mean, I have...
Thank you, Erica.
I have done work, but I've done work outside of the city, mostly. Classified, as they say.
I think people tend to, along with both you and me, think that we are confined to a place like this. Some people believe that I cannot leave this building. Oh, I can, yes.
Well, I know you can. You visited me.
They forget that we end up in other places all the time, doing the work that needs to be done.
What work does death get done these days?
I believe your question had the answer.
So, still just working the old grind, then?
It is never ending, though. There are bits of respite where I have the people who decide it's a good idea to come here, do a little bit of the work. It's fun to watch them squirm.
I've certainly been about watching people squirm.
Is the music at a good
Even
level?
had the
Turned up a little.
I even had the pleasure of visiting a place, being told basically to stay away. I guess that's what happens when you visit an old victim. That's the word that they like to use.
It is interesting. Most of mine end up coming here and then telling other people to stay away. Sorry.
Interesting. Well, that's the thing about me, Norman, is that unlike you, unfortunately, I have a mortal body. So it's difficult for me to, I guess you could say, fight back against those who would threaten me in great numbers, so to speak. It's not that I wouldn't do it. It's that I have to work at it. You know what I mean? I'd have to start somewhere and then work my way through, the entire group. You know what I mean?
Takes time, meticulous planning, being very careful. I understand.
Exactly. One slip up and, I'm dead. So I suppose you would be happy just to get as many of them as you can, including myself.
Well, I will. It's just a matter of time. And up until that point, it is a matter of keeping myself busy.
Have you, I guess my question would be is how does this work? How do you work?
It depends on the context, I suppose. How do I work for who or what purpose exactly?
I mean, does it involve, strictly speaking, those who visit you and offer their services, or does it involve yourself going out and perhaps showing your mettle?
Well, I know you know better than most. If you really want someone to hurt, you find the people closest to them. So even if they come here, I go looking elsewhere.
I see. I guess I have another question, actually.
My favorite thing is committing
Theoretical.
tax evasion.
It's purely theoretical. If I were to ask you for, like, what's the word? It's a favor? What is the actual term? A deal?
Whatever you'd
What
like
exactly?
to call it.
What exactly would a deal constitute? Like, in what way? Before I get to the actual question, I just want to set some foundations here. So,
You really caught me there. You know I'm bleeding?
Is there limitations to deals?
That's good.
Sometimes it depends on who it is and what they want.
So if somebody just wants like a bouquet of flowers or something for their wedding, you would perhaps have them do something small.
Likely that isn't the business I deal in, so they would go elsewhere.
I mean, right, of course, but if somebody were to ask you for a bouquet of flowers, would you just say no, or would you say, well, I'll do that if you do this?
It would be the latter.
I see. So it has to be something substantial.
Typically.
So my actual question is part of like the thing I originally wanted to do to ask you before I just kind of mostly retired from all of it. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, someone were to ask you to make them a god. Is that within your power? Definitely a far distance away from a bouquet of flowers.
A god, not necessarily, but something different other than a mortal. Sure.
I see. I guess strictly speaking, if somebody were to ask you for immortality, would that be more feasible?
No.
Hmm.
Everyone dies.
I suppose that would be quite offensive to you, wouldn't it, to ask such a favor?
Exactly.
You're not even immortal, that would suggest.
The moment all life ceases to exist, what do you think happens to me?
Well, I'm guessing you're not going over to Andromeda. So what you're saying, though, is that if someone were to ask you for such a favor, it would have to be in line with, I don't know, something like a position, so to speak.
Correct.
I see. A position that eventually has an end date, yes?
Eventually.
Sounds fun.
I suppose it could be.
Of course. Like I said, I have mostly retired. I probably would have asked you for something like that maybe a year ago. These days, putting forth effort into anything is difficult. And I know that I would probably have to pay a very high price to get something like that.
It would be one of the highest prices that I've ever asked for, frankly.
Seriously? Nobody else has asked you for something like that?
There's been thoughts around it, but never a proper ask.
You see, I would ask you that if I thought of myself as a... Don't take offense to this. But if I thought of myself as a lesser person.
Yes, you always have been ambitious. I understand.
Yeah, and the truth is that if I made myself owe you something, then I am no longer independent. I am no longer myself. I am now subservient to someone else, and I have never been subservient to anyone. Not since the old days.
I think that is one thing that I have admired about you, Kenneth. We are similar in that way. We answer to nobody. Certainly not anymore.
Sometimes I like to just be myself. Is that okay with you?
You can be whoever you like.
You want to know the funny thing? Now that I'm wearing this mask.
Do tell.
I'm getting married, Norman. Eventually. Can you believe that shit?
How very homely of you.
I knew, right? You ever see yourself, had you not gone down this path, did you ever see yourself getting married, settling down, having a couple of kids?
Not for me, I'm afraid. I detest most things.
Suppose that's the difference between you and I, is that I love everybody. A little bit too much sometimes.
How do you think that's going to pan out for you? Your marriage?
I like the way you asked that question. You seemed very interested. Well, I suppose if I'm going to give you any kind of answer, I can't exactly give you one because I've never been married, first and foremost. But secondly, I think the odds are I'm more likely to be killed at my own wedding before I even have the opportunity to get married. But if I do happen to survive my wedding, then I don't know, Sandy Beach retirement up in Polito? What do you think would happen if a psychopathic serial killer happened to have the opportunity to settle down?
I think one day, sometime in the future, that I will have to make a house call for either you or your spouse. Maybe both. Maybe I'll be making calls to other people's houses. Maybe for the both of you. One could only hope.
Are you saying you would come and congratulate me on my wedding and my new life?
So long as you're involved, why not?
Oh. So wonderful, Norman. I appreciate that. There were times where I was leaving my number on the back of this lighthouse. I don't know if you ever acquired my number.
I had it for some time. I think the only reason that I hadn't properly gotten a hold of you is I knew then, I know now, and I know it will continue to be who you are. Deep down, no matter how much time passes, no matter how quiet it gets, I know what that mask is. I know it does not leave.
No, it doesn't. What if I did change my mind about the whole deal thing? What then?
Well, I suppose we would have to figure out some terms.
I'm not saying that's what I'm doing. I'm just, once again, asking theoretical.
Of course.
Everything I do is always theoretical, Norman.
Come now. You and I both know better than that. The first idea that comes to mind is there would be plenty of bloodshed while you're alive. And after that, there would be a new, different price to pay. Sometimes people throw themselves on the altar, the chopping block, if you will, and they are sent away, dead, sacrificing their own life for someone else. How heroic. But for you, it would be your soul, eternity, for something different. What that is, I'm unsure. But I know that this face of yours, the one you wear, it'll have to be something like that.
Becoming the real Mr. Smiley.
The only thing that will be left is that smile.
You remind me of my father. Adopted father, not my actual father. He said something similar to me. But unfortunately, unfortunately, I suppose you could say I've developed, layers beyond just the face.
Sometimes we develop skills or implement things that would keep us out of trouble or safe in a way. Hell, I became an attorney there for a bit to make sure that I was knowledgeable about how to keep myself out of trouble. I understand.
Trying to tell me that if I had just become an attorney, I could have prevented my over 500-year sentence?
Potentially, though it is not a guarantee. I mean, look at me. I'm dead.
True. Presuming you do have my number, you know, keep it. I'd like to continue speaking with you, regardless of deal or no deal.
Well.
By the way, have you met Iris? Or not Iris? What's her name? The one who comes here and puts stuff all over the place.
Yes, I've met Idol.
Idol, right. I think I once believed that she was like a groupie of yours.
I think there are lots of people who think that. She comes here, does rituals that are not necessarily for me, but she does have her own beliefs. This happens to be a place.
Do you use that to your advantage?
I'm sure I could. But for the most part, she has been harmless. I've been considering it, though.
Can you guess who I am engaged to? Or do you know?
I know.
You know, it's possible I could call her out here right now. Wonder what she would think about all of this.
Could be interesting, though. Are you sure you want to miss your wedding?
Probably not. So is that what happens then? People, they just come to you all day long?
Sometimes.
Does it get annoying?
I am neutral to it. What they do here is of no consequence to me. Typically, it is almost always of consequence to them.
Of course. If I were to invite you to my wedding, would you show?
I make no promises, but I would certainly try.
Oh, unfortunately, I couldn't make it because I was in the middle of a genocide.
Huh?
So, how many would you say have fallen by your hands? Besides, I suppose, the obvious answer, which would be everyone. But outside of everyone.
Well, I believe the official number that was on record was 54, but there were a few that went unaccounted for, and frankly, I stopped counting.
Yeah, probably for the best. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you how many on my end. But then again, I suppose you would already know.
Exactly. It seems we have visitors. I have your number. If you wish to leave, you are free to. We can certainly continue our chat.
Of course, of course. Was that a helicopter?
Yes.
Oh. Just sort of watching. Well.
Is that McNulty?
Nice greeting. Huh. Looks like there's a whole fleet just right over on the other side.
Appears to be the case.
I wonder why that is. I don't think I'm wanted for anything. Then again, I suppose reports of Kenneth Jesperson and Norman Bones meeting probably has a certain,
Yes, well.
That's the type of thing I live for, Norman. That's the best part of this whole thing.
Well, I don't think they're here to arrest a dead man. So, you're free
Well,
to do as you please.
do you want me to, if you think it's best I go, then I will do so. But, it was, nice chatting with you, and, we should do it again very, very soon. Text me if you get a chance.
I certainly will.
Very well. I'm going to exit stage right. Or is this left? Whatever. Ta-ta!
Ta-ta. Do I have Oswaldo's number? Come over, my parents are home. Stupid. I love the binoculars so much. They're so good. I haven't had the chance to use them yet, so this is great. My brother's out, so we have the lighthouse together alone. Noxy. Norman needs a secretary. Let's call CJ. What flavor cigarette is that? Chat, what cigarettes do you think Norman smokes? The deadly kind. All of them? The roughest, most cancerous ones. Arsenic. Camel, no filter. Cyanide. He's smoking dick. He rolls his own. Grandma's ashes. Cowboy killers. Reds. Yeah. Menthols. He smokes Edgar's ashes in a cigarette. As Valdo said, will do. Why am I blanking on... Is this... Wait, do I... Wait, do I not have... So many text messages in here. Shit.
How's it going?
The same as always.
That good or bad?
Neither.
Okay.
Thank you, Ziggy.
Like your pet there.
I wouldn't call her that.
Oh. My fault. Didn't mean the disrespect. I had questions for you. I don't know if you'd be willing to answer them.
You certainly are waist deep in it, so you're free to ask.
Well, how much do you know?
Most of it.
Okay. So, why are you afraid of them?
It is interesting that people take what I have said as fear. I am not afraid of him. I tried to warn you all.
He seems to think you're afraid of him.
He is a necessity. I am not afraid of him.
Hey. What's gonna happen to me?
Have you ever ran a marathon?
Yeah, back when I was younger, yeah. Or when I was running away from James Randall.
When you ran the marathon, those last couple miles or what have you, they always seemed the hardest, didn't they?
Yeah.
Those excruciating last bits where you can see the finish line, but it hurts to get there.
Almost feels impossible.
Go on.
Huh?
Go on.
It just feels impossible. You just everything feels like it will shut down and you can't make it.
He is those last couple miles. I am the finish line.
Oh. Well, that sucks. So what you're saying is, I'm kind of fucked.
If for whatever reason he decides to drop his interest in you, that is your best case scenario. Otherwise, well, I am here. That is your second best option.
There's nothing you could do to make it stop, huh?
I could kill you, but that's
Well,
about it.
Okay. Don't want to die. What if I want to stop him?
I'm afraid that is a more difficult question.
So it's not impossible.
It is very unlikely. I am bound by duties, responsibilities. It is not.
You know, he blames me for what happened at the hospital last night. He said actions have consequences, and taking out whatever the hell he put in me is my fault.
I assure you, he knew what you were going to do before you did it.
Oh? I can't just sit here and let people get hurt because it's my fault. You may be bound to shit, but that doesn't mean I am. What can I do?
Has he made you any sort of offer?
Well, he called me yesterday, and I think he wanted to talk, but I told him I was his biggest fucking nightmare. Wasn't really happy about that. In hindsight, it was probably the wrong thing to say, but, you know, tensions were, you know, the emotions were high. And he said, we'll talk later when I'm not being too snarky.
I think the only sound advice that I could give you, Mr. Pingafria, is to play ball. I, in most ways, cannot stop what he does, just like he cannot stop what I do. We are separate in that way. I tried warning all of you, but instead, you all took it as an opportunity. Norman, he's afraid. That means that there is weakness there. How do we exploit it? I understand that isn't exactly your position, but others have taken that stance.
How do people mess with you so much?
Because I have done the same to them.
I talked to your friend last night. I think his name is Robin.
I do not have friends, but Robin has visited once or twice.
Yeah. He's the one that mentioned the word afraid.
Smart as he is, he's wrong.
He also said there was a human side to you.
In a way, yes.
You want me to play ball with this guy?
I don't want for you to do anything. It is the only sound advice I could give you. Think of us as a casino. The phrase being, the house always wins. He's going to get his way, regardless of whatever games we try to play here. So you may as well play it his way. I've been trying to teach people that lesson all along, and very few understand it.
Will it get worse?
Much worse. What he is, what he wants, is suffering. For me, that is just entertainment, and I can stop it whenever I want. But for him, that is his existence. That is what it is.
And when it gets too hard for me, you'll be there. To, well, you know.
When your body can take it no longer.
Well, that wasn't what I was expecting.
There is a chance that he grows tired and picks a new subject, picks somebody different. And then I would not have to be involved.
What happens if he does get bored of me? What happens to me?
Likely, you will be irreparably damaged in some way, but you would be alive.
There's nothing anybody could do to stop it. The cycle just keeps going.
I'm afraid so.
Fuck.
I'm only ever going to give you bad answers.
Well, bad is just a perspective, right? Death isn't always a bad thing. Sometimes it's the beginning of something new.
I suppose you're right.
The way you look at things is whether you would consider it bad or not. You know, a lot of people told me you make deals. What's up with that?
I do. It depends on what is asked for.
If you were in my shoes, to stop his, whatever he's doing to me, what would that look like for me?
This is the difficult part about all of this. I can't. I could try to negotiate on your behalf. But in truth, if he decides that he's going to continue, that is his domain. I can do nothing about it.
Yeah. What about stopping him? I made a deal with you to stop him. Is that against your thing too?
To something like that. I'm not sure you'd be able to pay that price.
You don't think so? Probably not. Let's be real.
It would cost you your life.
But everybody would be fine. Right? My kids, my friends, the city. They'd be fine afterwards.
Creatures like me and that thing will always exist. Getting it to stop. No. I suppose it would depend on you. Can you bear that burden to live the rest of existence causing and being that suffering, that sickness? It will become everything you will ever know. You will lose who you are, yourself, and every good memory you've ever had. You will make a sacrifice and never know that you've done it.
Well, I've never been one for recognition. There's no good outcome for me no matter what I do, huh?
The house always wins.
They do. It's either, okay. I get why people don't like you. No offense.
None taken.
But everybody would be fine if we did do that.
It would. Reset his focus. There would still be people who get sick. Innocent people who would be sick. But it would not be like it is now. And even then, if you commit your entire purpose to being that, it's still up to chance.
I used to have a buddy named Leo. We really liked to gamble back in the day. I don't know if you ever heard of us. We used to be federales and beat people down with hammers and roll dice to see if we could get everybody's bank account. You want to roll dice?
I'm afraid you'd be the only one rolling.
Why's that? You could put a wager on it.
Frankly, Osvaldo, the sooner that thing stops appearing like my long-dead brother, the better. So if you'd like to give it a shot, feel free.
Yeah. I just don't know how to go about it.
You should take time with this decision.
Yeah. Well, I won't remember who I am or nothing, huh?
If it is done properly, no. You'll have no recollection of who you are when you were alive. To be fair, I shouldn't. I should not be what I am. I have broken a code. And I am being removed for it. Soon there will be no Norman left. If you do what you plan to do, there will not be an Osvaldo. It will just look like you, but it will be reset.
Are you saying I'd take over what he's doing?
If it lets you. If it is compelled enough. If you are the sickness and the suffering it seeks. If you are doing this purely to be a hero, you are mistaken.
No. Doing this to clean up my mess. If I do it. I'm always wanting to clean up the messes that I make, you know? I can't, I don't like it when people do it for me.
If you wish to do what you want, you have to become the mess.
There's absolutely no way I'll be me again.
No.
Okay. All right. I'll have to think about it. If I do decide to do it, I'll come to you.
That would be the first step.
Okay. Appreciate the talk. You, well, I'd say stay safe out there, but I don't even, do you even leave this place?
I do, often.
Well, see James Randall kill him for me, huh? See you soon, Norman.
See you soon. Still there. Hmm. Hmm. I have thoughts. I have ideas. I'm curious to see how they go. You guys remember? I mean, for those of you, you have been sticking around for a little bit and following Norman things. Do you guys remember the notes that Norman wrote? Why can't I use this? You guys remember him saying that it was going to get much worse? I'm gonna stop talking now. Nice.
I don't know how to walk.
Smooth, Tally, smooth.
There we go. Hello, Norman. Mr. Bones.
Hello, Miss Marks.
How are we today?
The same as always.
Oh, who's this?
Her name is Noxie.
Noxie. Hello, Noxie. I'm Tally. Tally Marks. 50% Armenian. 50%
Oh, music's so loud. Sorry, sorry.
Bad bitch. Also a huge slut. How are you? Do you like carrot mash? Question mark.
Eyeballs, particularly.
Eyeballs? I don't have eyeballs, but I've got some carrot mash you can have. There you go. You need to eat your vegetables too, I guess.
Keep your mash, Miss Marks.
Okay. Is Noxie a she, or a he, or an it? Or a they? It could be a they. I guess gender's not really conforming to birds.
Especially not this one, but she is fine.
Okay. Well, hi, Noxie. Keep it pretty plain and simple with you, Norm. You have something that belonged to Edgar that I would like to have.
And what would that be?
Those feathers.
And for what reason?
I think he was being a dumbass and emotional when he gave them away, or he get rid of them, and so I'm collecting them.
And so I ask again, for what reason?
Does she like to be petted? Can I pet you?
Don't touch the bird.
I will not touch the bird.
Frankly, that was a warning on her behalf.
Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. She's just very pretty.
She's much more angry than I am.
What, did you piss her off?
I didn't.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry whoever pissed you off. I need them for him. For Edgar.
And do you feel that that is wise?
Do I feel it is wise to help Edgar? No. The guy is actually insane. But tell me, does anyone in the city do anything wise? Exactly. No, they don't. I am doing what I can within the limits of what I have. Whether it's wisdom or not important. I feel like there's a quote about wisdom. I don't remember it. I'm not saying. Norman, what do you want in life? What do you want in your existence? Huh?
Do you talk when you're nervous, Miss Marks?
I do. Because, when people aren't quiet or when they are quiet, I get real nervous because, I don't know if you think I'm dumb or. No. I don't know. I try to fill the space where there's void. I'm also not really nervous. You don't really make me nervous. This bird makes me more nervous. Sorry, Noxie. I don't mean to call you the bird. I'm sorry. Sorry, ma'am. Miss.
Well, frankly, you should be nervous about the bird. Secondly,
Yeah.
I understand you need not apologize for it or feel any other way about it.
I don't. There's a lot of people here today.
As there is every other day.
Yeah, true. But more of your kind.
Right.
And I think also the nervousness is the air that fills this place.
The feathers that you seek.
Yeah, oh, yes.
Are you wanting to visit? Is that why?
Me in particular? No. I'm just here to collect.
And who does want to visit?
I don't know, actually.
Come now, Miss Marks. Let's not pretend like I don't already know.
I would guess Fred.
Do you think you being careful is going to protect him?
Well, no, I'm not trying to be careful. I'm not trying to protect anyone that isn't in my club. Because they've tried to do the same with me and it annoyed the shit out of me. Ain't nothing worse than a bunch of people younger than you trying to protect you. Like, shut the fuck up, dude.
And let's say I give you the feathers. What is the desired outcome?
The desired outcome. God. That's a loaded question right there.
Jackie doesn't wait in line.
The desired outcome would be he either returns to us or he moves on. But being stuck in that place is not good for anyone. What he does with it afterwards is not for me to tell. You know me, Norman. I don't view death as being evil or good or bad or good. This just is. But purgatory is not a place for anyone. You either need to come back home or you need to move on to your final resting spot.
I agree.
I don't want him alone.
You're free to try.
Thank you. You know, Norman, I don't know what's going on between you and that guy up there and the guy further back. But I hope I don't know. I hope in some way it all gets figured out.
In a way, it already has.
Oh, well then, I mean, yay for you. Foxy, I will bring an eyeball next time I see you, or I'll leave it on the lighthouse for you. She like a preference of it, like a salmon. I see a lot of salmon eyeballs around here.
Pick whatever you like.
Oh, was that the rate my club members are going through? Might as well get a human one. All right. Thank you again, Norman.
Goodbye, Miss Marks.
Goodbye, Mr. Bowles.
No. want to say my thoughts, but I shouldn't because they're all spoilers. Listen, I told you guys, okay? If you wanted a Norman stream, it's going to be a whole lot of old man standing around. I do have to pee, so I might walk Norman in the lighthouse for a second. Gonna lose the staring contest? Rob a bank and shoot a cop. Yeah. Oh, we won the staring contest. I gotta piss. Oh. Alright, chat. Nobody look. I'll be right back.
do wonder, what are your thoughts on everything that's transpiring?
You already know what they are.
I don't know if I do. Partially because I'm seemingly stuck in whatever form I've taken. And I'm still having to listen to Edgar talk. Oh. Seriously, why didn't you tell him to stop yapping?
It's not like that ever stopped him before.
I suppose. I didn't think you were the kind to harbor pets.
She isn't a pet.
Yet, like a mother hen, she waits patiently, watching you.
We are intertwined in that way.
Interesting choice of words, wouldn't you say? What's happening out there?
They are getting what they deserve. They are getting what they asked for.
And it's that thing's doing, right?
Of course.
And it's going after everyone.
As it was asked to.
about Olivia?
Our agreement stands.
It thing.
Hello, Mr. McQuillan.
Oh, been a while.
It has.
I don't even know where to start or what I want to say, to be honest.
A lot has happened since we last spoke.
It certainly has. And what's your take on it?
I am neutral to it. If anything, it is filling the dead air. What do you make of it?
I read something of yours.
And
I have questions, but I don't because it's all there.
if there are things you want confirmation of, feel free to ask. You scuffed. Need to reload.
I genuinely, I don't know if I have questions as of this moment in time, because like I said, you kind of answer a lot of it in what I read. I don't know.
Do you have questions about the other thing, then?
That ring you have, is there significance behind it?
Yes.
May I know?
It was my younger brother's.
So a memory of him, like a piece of him.
Yes.
I'll meet up with you again.
Hello, Mr. Bones. How's your day going, sir?
The same as always.
I can imagine. Okay, that person. Suspect swimming away. He's swimming towards one of the smaller islands with the red boy. Mr. Bones, you didn't witness anything down here? Anybody being hurt in any way, shape, or form?
Recently?
Yes, within the past, let's say 5 minutes.
No.
And the blood currently at my feet?
I don't see any blood.
If you don't mind, Mr. Bones, I'm just going to document this blood and be out of your way, okay?
the scuff.
Make sure you're not in the picture. Lord knows you have people bothering you enough.
I think him dying caused the ping, yeah.
Oh, never mind. Ketchup. Sorry, were you eating a hot dog, Mr. Bones, or something?
No, I don't eat food.
Oh. You a salad guy? I'll leave you be. I'll leave you be, Mr. Bones. Let's get out of here. We're not gonna go after that individual, though. Just being a...
Can fucking pick up the blood, you bastard. Why does all this stuff happen when I'm on stream? It never happens when I'm off stream.
It's a rather odd individual.
Yes, he is.
Can you assure me one thing, Norman?
What is it?
With that thing out there, can you ensure Olivia's going to be okay?
For as long as I can.
I'll admit I'm surprised she gave you the ring. I thought it was going to be buried away.
It probably should have been. As much as it pains me to, I don't want to give your voice that much attention, as I'm fairly positive it is just a sick reminder of what's going to happen.
I don't know if I should be hurt by those words, Norman.
Good thing about that is I don't think you can hurt anymore.
Just a forever state of confusion. Waiting. What do you think's going to happen?
I'm going to do what I said I was going to. And then that'll be it. We've already started.
It's the trick of writing on your door still works.
Sort of.
Was the message delivered?
Which one?
It's time you and I actually have a talk. No bullshit. No lying, no deceiving, but I have no way of knowing if that is going to be a thing with you. But I figure at this point, the best thing I can give you is honesty. It's funny you have that. Thought about stealing that about 2 months ago. I didn't. What's it mean?
I am torn, Terence. There is a part of me that wants to entertain this chat. And then there is another part of me that thinks I should make a visit to the other side of all of this and correct things and put you back where you belong. I suppose for now we'll entertain it.
You know, he said to me, last time I spoke with Edgar, go back where you belong. I ended up here. So which one is it?
I see. You have been here too long. You're starting to believe your allowance is your existence.
No. No, it's not. It's whether I truly want to believe this or not. Going to your biggest fan at the house. My allowance is here as much as your allowance is here. He wants to cut that short. You know, when I saw everything happen with Edgar and everybody else, it was infuriating. Something that I had not experienced in quite some time. An emotion. A reason. A thought. A direction. I guess a plan, if you would call it that, but the more and more I decide to speak to the other, your equal, if you want to call it that, the more and more I realize that maybe there is a enemy and my enemy is my friend situation here. I started to lose sight of that original plan, and I'll be very forthcoming. It was to deal with you. I wouldn't tell you that if that's still it. Because I'm going to be honest, I don't have one at this point any longer. His existence threw everything into the spiral of sorts. I just watch everybody come up here and have the same conversation with him. Holy, does he have a silver tongue? You can see why Olivia liked them.
That is not Isaac.
Oh, I'm well aware. You can be infuriated with the name. You can be infuriated with what he is. There also needs to be a realization, Norman. That thing that you twiddle between your fingers, the last remaining memory of him, isn't it? The hope that existed, Isaac and Pandora. Never heard the name Pandora before that. And Smith, the last name that has been concocted for someone that... What's a visage of him? Isaac Bones. He speaks freely of years past and your history with the two of you together, and how he became one with him. I say it's become enlightening in a way, but left more questions than it has answers. And maybe at some point, you're actually willing to share them with someone for once. I know that name is like a taboo to you. Maybe saying it, Noxie's just going to set me on fire again.
Arrive at your point.
I'm referring to... That ring's is more than a keepsake, isn't it? It's his story, it's who he was. Reminder of him to you, that you hold on to. Pandora, their name engraved on it, their love, their connection, and everything that you shared with him. You know what it's like to lose someone, to hold on to something, because letting go just feels like losing it all over again. Imagine that's what most people actually do or feel when they talk to me at this point. Each one as painful as the next. You took it that night. Why?
You know the answer, but you would feel vindicated to hear it.
You know, I didn't really think anything of it. Just a ring at that point, but I figured at some point, as you've written in your journal, that is the last thing remaining of him that you could clutch to. That the remaining aspects of him had been shattered. Up until the point where he told me, I don't speak to you anymore. On your behalf. But it came up again yesterday. Didn't care to mention it to anybody. Though something came in text, I had no idea even what it meant. It's like a bunch of gibberish, honestly, and I had no idea what the actual context of it was until someone actually said it, and it was referencing a ring. Like I said, I could have taken it one day, and I decided not to. because I realized that was a part of you. That one part of you and your place of safety that you can actually hold on to. It's not for me to take. It's not for others to take either. I think at some point, you need to come to acceptance with it. The longer you hold on to that, the more painful it is. I think that there is an end to this, where you can have a happy ending and be with him again. Is that too much to hope in?
I feel as if we've had this conversation before. And for the last time, I will say, there is no happy ending. Not for me, not for Isaac. He is gone. Sure, the ring is symbolic. You are right. But after I am gone, I do not get to go and see him. There will not be an Isaac. There will not be a Norman. Not like there is a Terrence or an Edgar.
You see, that's interesting because the other one will say that the longer I stay here, there is not me either. It's funny. Because it truly goes in circles every single time that I have this conversation as well. Except for he puts it more on a celestial plane than anything else and more of a grandiose scale design and everything else. That your existence here is, once again, a parasite that is latching on to something that is considered his equal that he would love to heal and get rid of. So as much as you are destined at some point to be gone, he would lovely want to accelerate that more than anything else.
You know, I know that. I have known that for some time. There is something that most have seemed to have forgotten about. You read that book, right?
Many times, that's why I gave it back to you, and maybe you should look at it again. The part about him. That's what caught my eye when I heard that he was back here. It was back here. So I was in disbelief. Which part am I wrong about now? Just clarify, I do not know.
Before I answer that, you wanted to chat because you wanted answers? Or was there something different you are seeking in regard to it?
You see, each conversation with it leads to questions, and that's usually the answers that I'm seeking from you at this point. Because, unfortunately, most people tend to come to me for the answers to their questions that you all deal with. That there's some solution at some point. In reality, I'm not one qualified to even say it. Always been warned that it was the worst of them all. But yet everyone just comes here, has conversations, to the point where last night, I think you'd be satisfied there was the death of a friendship from him. Maybe I don't want anything in particular. Maybe just your take, for once.
I wrote in that book, I said that if I was going to go, it was going to be with a bang.
Oh, I'm well aware.
While he is here to do a job and figure out how I'm to wither away, he is also the bang. We are equals, after all.
Is that Norman speaking or Death?
Both.
So you want to use them?
Oh, I don't want. I am.
And is he using you then as well?
He wants Norman gone. He'll get it.
In what way?
I guess we'll have to find out.
And why tell Osvaldo that you can replace him?
Because he can.
That's what you want?
I don't care. I've wanted the same thing as always.
Death. Of all types. Hmm. And no, I'm going to fight you for that.
It won't matter.
I can't let you toy with humanity. Not in a way that wasn't intended.
You're too late, Terrence.
No. Never too late. Always hope around the corner, Norman.
Oh, please, save your preaching for the living.
And I'll see you soon.
I'm rather surprised.
And what?
He just gets to float, walk, whatever they do away? After some of those things he said?
Terrence is on a leash. I like to let him think that he isn't. It's fun to watch him build people up only for them to fall right back down. He's a pawn in all of this, all the same. He was when he was alive, and he continues to be now. It is both pathetic and entertaining.
I'm not sure how to feel about what he said in regards to myself. And Olivia.
He does make a lot of assumptions.
And what you said about it. You're working with it. After what it did.
It's going to do what it wants anyway. May as well point it in a direction. Oops, sorry. do you mean Benny knows better? We talking about bullshit? I can think of at least 2 separate occasions where Benny has been here to have a chat. I see circling.
And just like that, poof, Lola's gone.
Wrong. Lola's right here, you fucking Brussels sprout. What a day, huh? What a day. What do we want to do, huh? What do we want to do? I wonder if Iris got fucked up. So TJ fucked? I mean, what can TJ do except for what he's already been doing? TJ is, you know, tried and tried and tried, and he clings on to the idea that something can be done about this. Something will be done, but again, it's on Norman's terms. TJ's doing his best. But you know, bring our Edgar back. DJ's trying to save as many people as he can, but in doing so, you know. Alright, who's this? Hello again, Irish. Yes, we are both still here. I'm alone. Oh, just kidding. Someone else is here. This guy's got shit timing.
Guys. The tiger's in the cage today. The zookeepers let him out.
Pretending how this is how Norman is messing with the ring.
Connor.
You're starting to piss me off with that coin, Connor.
Oh, someone's here. Hello, Kieran.
It's been a while.
Yes, it has.
I see people still haven't learned.
You're among them now.
Yeah, I know.
Connor! Starting to piss me off with this ring, Connor.
I actually had a question for you.
Of course.
What is it about this island that corrupts people?
Their hubris. Irish is also here.
That's something you can find everywhere, though. This island seems a little more, concentrated.
It's almost like there's a need for it. A hunger that cannot be satiated. Is there anything else you're curious about?
You know, there was a thought, and then it vanished.
Take your time. I have nothing but.
No. It's colder in Colorado than in Purgatory. A lot more peaceful, too.
That you are right about.
Makes me wonder why I always choose to come back here.
Some people find comfort here.
It took all of like half an hour before I got kidnapped for a bank robbery today. Only comfort in this coming back here is the comfort of knowing I made the right choice by leaving.
This island does tend to cause more suffering than what is the normal.
Is that why you choose to be here?
In a way, yes.
Still feel like there are better planets my mom could have chosen to hide on.
Likely. No, I suppose that's what all of this is about. Living with the choices that we make.
Well, she ain't living with them. She's dead.
Well.
You knew that already, so.
There was a second part of that, and that was dying with the choices that we make.
Yeah, that thought is not coming back, so I'm just gonna head out and let whoever is next in line.
Feel free to stay as long as you like.
Yeah, but I'm kind of getting sick of being human for today. I'll see you around.
Until next time. You ever seen Kieran in a while? Try to be nice, okay? Let everybody enjoy their time, all right? Just because Irish does smell bad. Don't drop your ketchup. Yeah. I know the answer, but will Norman miss Noxie? Lie to me. Want me to lie to you? Sure. Norman will miss Noxie. Have I heard O Death the Haunted version? This one? Nice. That song is called "Oh Death Haunted Version" by Bobby Bass, Lauren Paley, Home R. McGinnis. Although I do like this one quite a bit.
Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad. Won't you spare me over another?
So good, so good. So good. Oh. Bro, I'm literally an NPC. I just fucking stand around, wait for these fucks to show up.
Irish, don't go down there. Ah, he's doing bad stuff. We could save everyone, Irish. Don't do it.
Meanwhile, Irish. Hey, dude. If you want me to kill people, I'll kill people. I think it'd be sick, actually. What happened to TJ? He used to be cool. He used to want to kill people. What the hell? Juno. Morals. Gross. Oh fuck, who's this? Fuck. Bro. No way, dude. I gotta pause the music. I gotta go back. This is too funny, dude. No fucking way. Bro, if Irish wants to talk, that motherfucker better hurry.
I never took you for a watcher.
I'm always watching.
So I've heard. I believe that companion of yours certainly helps, right?
Anyway, yes. It's a little quiet.
You know, for all I hear about people finding you and making deals, it took me a while to even get my audience with you. Been here more than a handful of times.
Don't I know it?
Seems like you've got the most popular property at the moment. Hope you're not going too stir crazy.
I keep myself busy.
I came with questions. I hope you don't mind.
I am an open book.
When you were you before the omnipotence.
Ooh.
Did you felt as I feel, right?
Pain, sure.
What about regret?
Only once.
Did this one instance involve the taking of a life?
Not by my hand. But I did
oversee it.
And you felt that regret. But somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling it.
I came to terms with it.
I felt it once too. And more recently, I took a life. And I was so caught up in everything going on at the time that when I finally stopped to process it days later, I realized I felt nothing. Wanted to know if I was alone in that regard. Who better to ask, right?
Sometimes it is just adrenaline in the moment. And if afterwards you feel nothing, that is not a bad thing. I suppose it depends on your perspective.
I suppose it does.
For me, it was what I felt was my purpose, my duty. I did not feel one way or another about it, rather that it had to be done.
Mine was forced upon me. And yet that still remains no excuse.
If it was for survival, why feel anything? You have acted on your nature.
Those around me treat the taking of life as a very natural thing. Sort of a tool that they have in their arsenal. For a lot of people around me, it's kind of second nature. I, on the other hand, don't have that same exact experience. If I had to wager, I'd say that's where the weight of all this stems from. But I'm sure you know all that already.
It is well, at least in my purview, a good thing to feel that weight. Maybe not a good thing, but an important thing. To understand what that means.
The finality of it all. It's never been lost on me.
Baz, I've got some bad news for you, brother.
But let me ask you a question then. You hold in high regard one's ability to recognize that weight. But what of the people you entrap into deals that may not know that weight but feel forced to kill anyway?
Therein lies the problem. I'm not meant to be doing that.
But a deal is still a deal? Is that the case?
Correct.
Do you view yourself as a teacher then? An educator?
I think that would be too pompous, too proud. Sure, there is a lesson to be learned. But at the same time, I will not ride a high horse and say that it is purely that. I've been very open about all of this being entertainment, though there are plenty lessons to be learned.
If the person that makes the deal makes it to the conclusion of that deal, that is, then there are lessons to be learned. If they don't survive, different story.
I assure you, they gain clarity after their death. Sometimes, not always, but for the most part.
Well, my 2 cents on the last bit you said is that if anyone can ride a horse, it's you. You are death, after all. Which does bring me to another topic, Norman. You're not the only rider passing through town.
I am not.
My question is he just passing through town? Or is he riding after you?
Both.
Well, for whatever it's worth, you seem more approachable than the other guy, so...
I did try warning people.
Do you see cooperation or conflict on the horizon with him?
Both.
Hmm. You know, I read a book recently. And in that book, it mentioned a struggle. One that you might be going through at this moment. That was the other thing that drove me here. Wanted to know how you were faring, to be honest.
I am still here.
Still implies in despite of.
Very astute.
What I'd really like to know is, are you battling against something exterior or interior?
Both.
Interesting. An adjective I heard used. I hope you forgive the bluntness. Is that you may be fading. How accurate would you call that?
Accurate.
My inference is that what remains will be more natural.
Correct.
Can I offer something to you? Instead of people asking you to constantly offer things to them?
I'm listening.
If your time is finite, would you like any of it to be chronicled?
I will leave that choice to you. I'm afraid I don't have any feeling one way or another toward it. Though, it could be of use to someone someday.
I'm of that same mind. Well, Norman, been up on that hill for a while. You've been a busy man, so I will leave you to it for now. But I will return someday soon.
Of that
Begin the chronicling.
Of that I am sure, Mr. Moreno.
I'll bring a hefty pen and paper, don't you worry. Looks like next in line's on that beach over there, so I will take my leave.
Until then.
I'll see you soon.
Which beach? So many of them. Next. My food just got here. I'm gonna have to. Alright, we're gonna have to balance this. I'll be right. Hold on, here we go. Speed run! Speed run! No one's here yet, right? Come in here. Oh. Norman needs a receptionist. Yeah. Ah, Jesus. You guys enjoying the standing around all day stream? The old man stands and smokes a cigarette with his bird.
There's less fucking foot traffic at the amusement parks than there is at this place.
You're right about that. I hear another car.
What did the PD want?
I got a call about something. I think it was unrelated.
I don't want to do questions. I don't want to just bombard you with. That's not how I talk to you. I'm sure that's how most people come here looking for answers, right? And whatever. But I'd rather just talk to you so I can actually understand.
Of course.
Do you mind? I do have one question. Do you mind that I read that? Your journal, is it?
More notes and notes.
Notes.
Yeah, sorry, Baz.
As you know, I approach everything here with respect, right?
Of course. It matters not who's read it now.
What is that?
I've already started.
going out with a bang.
Exactly.
Or going out on your own terms. Be a better way.
Both. Sort of the reason I wanted to have a chat with you. I understand Terrence has his point of view and what he's trying to achieve. But considering our previous conversations, I was curious if you'd like to partake.
I'd be curious to the details.
If I give you a name, and you're free to refuse, no consequences or strings attached, you bring them here, and we'll see where it goes from there. Maybe it doesn't have to be here. Could be elsewhere.
It might have to be elsewhere. There's another one. It might have to be. Let me ask.
What's CJ?
Because when I read through your notes, and I probably will reread them. The way for you to, I guess, not be here anymore is someone to take your place, right? Were you or are you looking for that? Or does that need to come to you?
Either can occur. I'm not looking for it. But if it happens, they are free to try. Bass. The sniper worked so well last time.
But would you rather go out with your bang?
I already am.
Yeah, I mean, we're leading up to it, right? Doesn't necessarily have to get to the crescendo of it all.
Yes. This is so funny. There's actually a line. Sorry.
So hypothetically, How do we not get to that bang? Because, Norman, you've been here a long time. You didn't strike me as the petty type. You've been teaching people in for your own way the consequences of life and death. Why go out like that? Why end it all like that?
How would you do it, Mr. McQuillan?
What, if I'm in your shoes?
Yes.
It's a difficult answer because I don't know the entire context of the other guy. I've heard, and this is why I don't know if I can answer that truthfully right now, is everything I've heard about it has changed 3 or 4 times in the past 2 weeks. I know what, I guess if it is to believe what you guys are, what you symbolize, and tell me if I'm wrong, but there's human elements to all of this that seems to be swaying it. I'm open to more context as to why. Sorry.
No, go on.
As to why it wants you gone. You, not death, but you.
It is written. I am being removed because for a long time, and even still now, I am not adhering to being a neutral party. I am involved in more ways than I should be.
Why did you take it in the first place?
When I was alive, it's all I knew, all I wanted to know. I felt it was what I was, my purpose. And so when I died, I held that conviction. But when there was that moment of connection, we'll call it, I held on to things that I should not have.
You're aware, obviously, you, of those issues. Of the, on what, I guess. How do I word it? Your own personal involvement. You're not naive to it. You're not ignorant to it.
I understand it. Yes.
And so, even knowing that, it just comes down to, if I can't have it, why should anybody else?
That isn't necessarily the case. They are free to try, and frankly, I'm sure there will be someone or something after me. But they will not be like I am. They have to remove themselves, to disconnect from everything they have ever known or loved. They have to be a neutral party. Death should not dip its hands in the water.
Let's put a pin in that. For now. Because conversations I've had with you, it doesn't fit, Norman, to do that. To go out with a bang. It undoes, or undoes, everything you've done up to this point. Should you have been doing it in your role? Probably not. Did people still learn? Yeah, they did. The double-edged sword. Regardless of your entertainment or not. There was still messages behind it that you still tried to put through. Tell me if I'm wrong, or if it was just purely out of your entertainment, then I'm talking at my ass.
It has always been both.
For fuck's sake. You do this, then all of that gets tainted. And sure, yeah, you could go, what does it matter then? It's over anyway. At least think about it. to fucking tell you what to do. What's the name?
I don't have one yet, Mr. McQuillan. I do have a question for you, however.
Yeah.
If you could torment those people, the people involved in what happened to Ify, for the rest of eternity, would you?
No. I'd be tormenting myself then.
Good answer.
I don't believe that you don't have a name, Norman. But if your opinion has changed, then I'm not going to ask again for it.
You've given me something to consider.
Till we speak again, then?
Yes. Next time, I'll find you.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Hmm. I think something
just clicked. But not for Norman. For McQuillan? Nope. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, excuse me. I'm trying to eat this whole fucking time, to be honest. We call CJ back?
And all those years ago, I took action. And I killed little Isaac.
I could legit listen to this guy talk about anything.
Separating him from me.
You can narrate a milk carton to me.
All right. Who we got? Shit, it didn't work. Nope, there we go. Fred. Fred and someone behind him, looks like. What's Fred's last name again? Fred selling merch? Oh my god. You selling lighthouse stickers? That's hilarious. I went to the lighthouse and all I got was a stupid shirt. Alright, what time is it? Alright. You can see Benny from space. Come on, Fred, I see you. Might as well. Oh, here he comes. I love being an NPC. I know that I say that and it sounds like a joke, but I do actually really like being a little quest giver. Quest giver or like lore master? Been literally waiting for hours. Oh my god. Okay.
How are you, Mr. Bones?
The same as always. Dude, Z's got to be fed up with me at this point.
Figured. Well, I've been want to talk to you for a while. Haven't had a chance to catch you, but I guess now's my chance. It seems. You know, Norman, I read this journal that came from. Apparently, you wrote it,
bro.
And I've been told, you know, you wrote it a long time ago.
I'm sorry. It's just.
And so I was wondering, you know,
like the same thing. I fucking love it.
Is the journal still true? Do you still believe what you wrote in there? You know, about how you wanted to go out in a way?
It is not a matter of belief. It is a matter of fact. I love it. It's
you know,
so good.
last time I left you, you left me with a warning. And you know,
did you follow that warning, Fred? No.
Smart as I am not, I didn't really heed that warning, and I now see why he gave me the warning about it, as you called it last time. And you were right. I did find out how much danger I was in, and it did.
Norman, I touched the stove.
I should have listened. What I'm trying to say, I think. But when I talked to it,
Norman, I know I came here and I touched the Norman. I touched the stove with you, but I stuck my whole arm in the fire with that guy, and
between you and him, between death and between it, I shall call it. Is there any truth to that? I seem to, based on what you said last time, you didn't really tell me many lies. Most of it was truth. What do you think about balance? What is this all about?
I suppose this is a question that you can answer. Do you feel like a creature such as myself, or that thing, should be dipping their hands in the water directly?
Well, honestly, I don't. I don't think the thing should be directly meddling with the people here. But he kind of explained it the same way for you. But yeah, how he explained it, which I'm not trying to present this as fact. I'm not trying to disrespect you in any way, I should say, before I repeat what he told me. It was that Norman was infecting Death. And so he views it like he's trying to balance that out.
I suppose it could be viewed like that.
You know, somebody came up here earlier and you gave them one of the feathers that you gave you.
Tally.
And from what I understand, from what I was told, this could be misinformation, but you told them to go ahead and try. Why are you so, willingly giving that up? Are we just totally... Listen, I'll just shoot straight with you, Norman Bones. I think it's the easiest way to do things, and I don't want to beat around a bush. I want to bring Edgar back. I do. And I know from your journal you don't bring people back anymore. You said, I can, but I will not. This whole feather nonsense.
No, I did give her a feather.
From you giving that feather up so easily, I assume it's not going to work. And if so, is there any way to get him back if that's not the case?
You are smarter than most of your other friends. She did not bother to ask why I had been so willing to hand her it. Think of it like you walking through the back door, and I'm ready to shut it.
So whoever walks through that portal is never going to come back. And Edgar's not going to come back either.
Would you like the other feather?
I'll take it, but there's...
Even
how do you...
with that information, you'd still...
Here's the problem I'm running into with you, Mr. Bones. And I'm not trying to, paint you a liar. But you told me you are not honest in your deals. And I asked you if you were ever going to bring her back, and you said no. Which, to me, I don't know if you were just not honest in your deals, or if you're just not honest in general. I don't know that. And I can never know that, really. But what if what you say is a lie? How am I to make sure I can believe what you say?
If what I'm saying is a lie, why would I be handing you the keys?
Yes, that really does make sense when you put it that way. Is there any actual way to bring him back? Or is he just stuck there forever?
There was once.
When you say there once was, does that mean it's not can't anymore? Or does that mean there's an answer out there, we just don't know it?
It means I can, but I shouldn't. I'm afraid it would only expedite my departure.
This called a shot in the dark. Does it involve something that you're wearing right now on your hand?
And what questions do you have about the ring?
You know, I've talked to PJ. I've talked to Edgar in Purgatory. And I know TJ has bloody feathers that make him forget his connections with people. And if that's the case with you, and this is a very big assumption based on several things that TJ said, as well as Edgar. The ring has something to do with your memories, and if you didn't have it, you would become death. I'm not sure if that is true, but that is my current guess, you could call it. Because from what I understand based on your journal is you're not willing to forget some memories and some feelings from when you're a human, and that's what's stopping you from becoming fully stepping into the shoes and fading into death. I'm not sure. If you do become death, what does that mean for everybody? What happens to Edgar in Purgatory? Does he get released because it wasn't his true time to die? Or does he just get forgotten there? That I'm not sure about. I have no idea. Mm. Yeah, seems like one between life and death. Of me and Edgar.
Check. Okay, just making sure.
I know you write, in your journal about death and how some souls, they, it's kind of get molded. What happens to them gets molded by what they believe when they're alive. And I've heard this from a few people. Do you believe in two deaths, per se? One where you die and one when you're forgotten? Is that what do you believe in that at all? I'm not sure. From your perspective, you're probably a lot more enlightened than me. I'm not sure if I believe it or not.
It is more proverbial, but in a way, sure.
Hmm. I'm to be completely honest with you, Norman, I'm kind of torn what to think about you. I think about you, there could be worse. The person who steps into your shoes could 100% be worse than you. They could, as you said, they could snap their fingers and kill everybody if they wanted to. But they can also fully encumber or become death, I should say. And then it would be natural and fair. It's hard to, place where you lie on that scale, whether you're more towards fair or. So I don't know your true. I guess I do know your true powers, what you can do if you wanted to. But who's to say the next person, does what you're not willing to do and becomes death?
Thanos? Sorry. Uh-oh.
why don't you become Death, Norman? I understand you don't want to forget of certain people and memories. But if this is all you've ever worked for, why stop short?
Old habits die hard, I guess. Maybe you're right, though. Maybe I do let go of those inhibitions. Maybe instead of toiling with the inner workings of all of you people, I could just do it myself and then fade away. And it wouldn't matter.
You know, when you say do it all, what does that mean?
Careful, Fred. I don't want to give an example.
I understand. Well, Norman, I really appreciate you answering my questions. I do. I think you've enlightened me a lot, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where to go from here. I really don't. I want to bring Edgar back, but it seems like there's nothing to be done. The feathers, I'm just gonna get fucking trapped in purgatory with him. What's the point? And with you, I don't know. You said you can bring it back, but should you? I don't know if there's any singular, way to even but make sure you'd bring him back, even if I did do a deal with you. Because like you said, you weren't going to bring Aaliyah back regardless, whatever he did. So, I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place right now.
You said a bit ago that you touched the proverbial stove, if you will, with that thing. How far deep are you exactly?
Well, I've had the plague twice. Currently, I do not have it, but I've tried to stay more of at arm's distance with him. I don't trust him. Kind of the same way I don't trust you fully. He could tell me there's nothing I can compare what he says to. He could say one thing and I could believe him, and it could be totally false. He could say one thing and I don't believe him, and it could be true. There's no bearing of truth between him.
If you don't mind, I have some unsolicited advice, if you will.
I'll gladly hear it.
Something I'll clarify. I believe the warning that I issued may have been read improperly. Not by you, or maybe, but just overall. I am not afraid of that thing. We are equals in a way. However, it does not abide by any rules. It does not have duties or responsibility. It just is. There is nothing binding it that includes me. On its behest, sometimes there is cooperation between us.
Hello, I mean no harm. It's me again. Twice in one day, Mr. Bones. I know. I apologize.
Yes, hello again. God.
Mr. Bones, I'm extending something to you. Considering everything that's happening here, if you want anyone trespassed or you want the PD to push harassment for coming down here, you're very free to. And also, my handsome friend, twice in one day as well. Anybody that comes down here, considering recent events with illness, the PD will potentially be pushing reckless endangerment, and you'll be facing criminal charges. Okay?
Yeah, I'll leave pretty soon.
Yeah. And just be aware the PD is monitoring this place nonstop.
Oh, I know.
Have a good day, you two. Okay?
Goodbye. Trespass
Has your
McNulty.
bird met my bird?
You really shouldn't address the bird.
I shouldn't address the bird? Oh, apologies.
Since he's not bound by anything, is there any stopping him? Or is it really just we're at his mercy at this point?
I'll say this. My unsolicited advice is to play ball. If he decides that you are no longer of interest to him, good. However, that may not be the case. When it comes to that thing, if it wants, there is no stopping it. I cannot stand in its way.
I think this time I will take your advice. Thank you, Mr. Bones. It's a pleasure talking to you.
Goodbye for now, Fred. Thank you too. Thank you for the prime for 64 months. Would be real weird if McNulty just spontaneously combusted. Kidding. God, it is so funny. This is so funny. Bro, there's texted me awake question mark. Whatever. I'm ending up. God, that's so funny. Mood. Wait, is that who I think it is? I think I'm thinking of a different person. Give me a sec. yes, sure. Have the dogs been out? Still out, unfortunately. Oh god, no. How long? What time did you leave? Oh god, someone is coming. Oh, who's this? I can't even see. It doesn't look like snow. I got. Oh, it's. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Two. Fuck. Is this Benny? Oh god. Is it Benito?
So you're the one giving everybody hell.
One of them.
You are the one pulling the strings. Am I wrong?
No.
What'd you do to my cousin?
A better question would be, what did your cousin do to himself?
You tricked him. This is all a fucking game of yours or something. You tricked him.
Lest you be reminded, Edgar came here, threw bodies at my doorstep. Make no mistake, Edgar is where he is because he made that choice.
It was your bidding the whole time. You can't tell me that it was him. It was you.
Is it too difficult for you to understand? He was.
You're a liar.
Justify it how you like. Edgar was a killer, even before he had ever spoken to me.
be seeing you around, Mr. Bonk.
You certainly will. Ooh, spicy. We love spicy. Oh, I see snow. What a day. TJ talking to snow? I can't tell who's up there. Oh, that's what I thought. God, I'm nuts. My vision is crazy. Okay. Hi, bud. Snow, I think, has to be our last conversation. Unless he's stuck talking to TJ. I'm gonna be honest. Snow is probably fucking... Snow probably is yelling at TJ. What do you mean, Hope? What are you, stupid? That's that! You gonna fix it all with love and friendship? I saw him kill people! Fucking ghost superhero? Sorry. We shot him in the head. What do you mean? He's a good boy. What's up, Townie? Oh, is he coming down here? He's coming down here. Alright. I don't think that this... Oh god, I don't know. We'll see. Well, that was Benny, right? Benicio Delgado, yeah. The holy RPG of Antioch. Has Snow's opinion of Bones changed since Snow's changed? I think in some ways, yeah.
That thing doesn't look any better.
Not a whole lot has changed.
Yep. You got a cigarette that isn't going to destroy me?
Yes.
So, I hear you've been a busy man.
Something like that.
You know, the police have a roadblock set up at the bridge to this place.
I did not.
Yeah, they're saying there's some kind of disease coming from here. When they said that, I figured Isaac was around. And then I arrive here and I see not one, but two dead men. TJ Walker stood next to the tree. Living in strange times.
I think the only thing that I would clarify is that thing is not Isaac. Isaac's been dead a long time.
I know. I'm not really sure what else to call it. So, there's been a lot of people coming here. I left a note in a notebook that I found outside here the last time I was here. Did you read it?
I did.
How many of them listened?
Not a single one.
Good. I hope all of them... I'll be honest with you, Norman. I hope every single person who's come over here hoping that you're their friend or anything other than what you are, I hope all of them die. Genuinely. I don't know whether you expected me to come here and say, oh, please, 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 please. No. No, I hope every single one of them dies. Or ends up in that place that you've got.
Well, give it enough time, I suppose.
I was asked to meet a man called Edgar. I've heard you know him pretty well.
Yes.
And I know where he is now, too. Sadly, I didn't get to speak to him before he ended up there. And to be honest with you, if he's there, I can't imagine anything I would have said would have helped him anyway. Probably would have made it worse. Maybe what I wrote in that book made people more intrigued. I don't know.
He had his hand on the stove for quite some time.
And now I'm assuming all of them are coming here saying, how do I get rid of you? But wait, should I do something for you? But wait, let's make a deal. How many people have said that to you?
More than you'd like to know.
I mean, all of them are morons. Every single one. I have no care in the world to try and stop them. That part of me died a long time ago. So I don't really know what people expected me to say to you when I said I would come up here to speak to you. Every single time anything happens around this lighthouse, I get a flurry of text messages, people wanting to speak to me. Jackie, tell us about that case that you did. Tell us about the time where you had somebody executed, but actually you got stabbed in the process and that man's, I guess, sort of still alive. Oh yeah, let me go into that again.
They seem to think that you'll somehow have the answers to solve their problems.
Truth be told, I don't have any answers for them whatsoever. Everything that we tried years and years ago, it didn't work. What is the point? I remember when I stood in that room behind us and I unloaded a mag into you. I've explained that to, I can't even tell how many people I've explained that to. Yet they're still like, that we can find a way. Much like Bundy, actually, with his stupid fucking sniper rifle idea.
I think the only thing that has changed is people know now that I am fading in a way. Hard to explain. I know you're still a man of logic, so.
You're dying?
Not exactly the word. Being removed is the easiest way to put it.
Who replaces you?
Could be nothing. Could be someone else.
Is there anyone that thinks they can take over from you?
I'm sure it's been ruminating in someone's head.
So what are you going to do about it?
Well, I can't stop it. But I can continue the work that I have been doing up until that point. I'll just have to do a little more.
And what about Isaac?
What about him?
Are you two working together?
In a way, sure. In others, no.
The police seem to think, from what I gather, they're all wearing hazmat suits, this, that, and the other. Looks like they're preparing for the end of the world.
Did you ever read both of those notebooks?
Yes. I did. We were missing a couple of pages, if I recall correctly.
Somewhere in there, I said that if I'm going to go, I'm going to go out with a bang.
Wow. What if I wanted to go out with a bang?
I suppose there's always room for more. What did you have in mind?
Richard Dark.
Suck, leave, suck, get out of here!
That's a name I've been looking to cross off for a long time.
I've been cooking up a plan for him. When I was being interrogated, he told me that my oath as a police officer never meant anything and I never followed it. Since then, I've wanted to do something, but frankly, I've been busy with more important things. But I guess I do have somewhat of a plan for him. I don't particularly want to hurt Rhodes, but Richard's got to go.
I see.
Even though Rhodes was actually the person who shot me down when I was trying to escape. But I struggled to, I guess I struggled to blame him. I guess I was shooting at him. And if I was in issues, I would have done the same thing. But what Richard did, trying to make a mockery of me, trying to throw all these ridiculous charges at me with the police department, ultimately failing the majority of them, too. I don't know. This whole system is fucking done. There is no true justice here anymore. And there won't be unless something major happens.
I agree.
You know what I really think, Norman? I think true justice really died with you. I don't know. I guess I don't have any faith in it anymore. And that's why I'm here now telling you that I don't care if you go after people. I don't care if the people that come here end up dead. Frankly, anybody here trying to make a deal with you, trying to, I don't know, make out that you're some kind of friend or whatever, they deserve to die for being so fucking stupid. I wasted my energy on people like that for years. Trying to get them to stop coming to see you, trying to get them to stop making deals. It was all a waste of time.
When I was still alive, and remember that court case, getting up in front of everybody, and trying to convey the point that who I was and what I had done was to remind people of their mortality, that they should spend their lives both fearing and respecting death. It is still a part of the lesson now, albeit a twisted sense of it, but it remains the same. There are those who were around to witness it, and have yet to learn the lesson, like Richard.
True. From what I understand, Richard has pretty masterfully ruined his whole family.
Which brings me to the next thing I was going to say. I understand that neither of you have much overlap, but if you happen to come across him, you should talk to Flop. I think he may be of a similar mind. it would be the cherry on top for his son and one of his best colleagues to bring him here, and then I will put him in his grave.
No other catch to it?
I have tormented you for years, Jackie, and you come here understanding the message that I have tried to convey. The old Jackie Snow is dead. This is someone new.
True. Which case, looks like I've got some work to do. I'll see you soon.
Until then, Snow.